Good morning, everyone. We join in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag, States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor Joe's going to do a prayer for us this morning.
God in heaven, we thank you for those that are willing to serve, to put themselves out into the arena and their willingness to serve. I pray, God, today as they serve you, that they recognize they're dealing with delegated authority from you, that ultimately you're the authority. Jesus said to render to Caesar what is Caesar's and to God what is God's. He's explaining different levels of authority. And I pray that there's a stewardship, a responsibility that's felt today. Again, we're grateful for those that are willing. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Joe.
I'll make a motion we approve the minutes written.
Turn your mic on.
Good. I make a motion we approve the minutes as written.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have two sets of claims, I see.
There is, yeah, we had to do a special pay,
Okay.
so there's two sets.
I make a motion we approve the claims in the amount of $169,727.93. The special pay is for $50,106.03.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No adds or abates to that.
Fair enough.
Anybody have any changes on the agenda?
I do. Do you have anything, Danielle?
I do.
We can start with her.
Okay. I'd like to add a 5-minute executive session for job performance, non-elected personnel for fire and emergency management. I'd like to add a 15-minute executive session, non-elected job performance for public works. And I'd like to add planning and zoning to the agenda for department heads.
You said the first was 5 minutes for job performance for fire and emergency.
That's correct.
What was it?
15 minutes.
Executive for Public Works.
Correct.
Sub works. Okay. Now, what about the mental health too? We should put that on there as far as.
I have small budgets on here at 11:15.
Okay. Okay.
And Stacy Reagan will be coming to speak
Okay.
about soil conservation.
That's in there. Okay. And then the KNRC, we talked about that also, or she called me about that or texted me. She should have.
Are we going over the small, but like more than just Stacy's today?
Yes. Yeah. I just knew Stacy was coming in.
Do we need to add others to that, or
We can.
it doesn't matter to me? I don't know.
I think it still falls under that same perimeter,
Okay,
but if you
then
want to
that's
be
fine.
specific, we can
Yeah, that's
absolutely do
fine.
that.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Um,
Anything else?
And then adding planning and zoning to the department heads.
Okay. Okay. You have anything, Ally?
no, I was just gonna add Pub Works. She already did it, so I think we're good.
I'll make a motion, we approve the agenda as talked about and written.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Treasurer want to come in?
Janet Cleveno, Linn County Treasurer, and I brought Joni with me, the treasurer-elect, who will take over.
Thank you.
We had in the super now accounts $3,480,995.09, and we earned $9,531.94. In CDs, we had $20,280,694.54, and we earned $138,808.70. Our overall interest for the budget is about 700,000. We kind of figured it. So you drop it down from the 950 you had.
700 this year versus 950 last year.
Yeah, interest rates are going down. But we fight for everything we can get.
And 700 this year.
That's what we estimated.
Okay.
And then you took away from my budget, I understand.
They requested that you reduce your contractual obligations by 2,000 if possible.
The only thing about contractual is that goes right off of what I paid, what I will be paying. I mean, we can reduce it, but Joni might go over.
I'd have to look at it really quick. Can we get back with you?
Sure.
Yeah.
Anything
We
else?
just talked about
Yeah,
it.
we just talked about
Yeah,
it. I'd have to
we'd
pull
look-
it up, and I can't even remember what
Okay.
was on the contractual and why we asked 2,000 on that one.
I mean, if it has to be, it has to be.
Their budget was one of the first ones, and I think you had the mindset of let's see where we can trim from every single budget.
That's
And
what
then
we
Jason
started out
pointed
with.
out
We was trying to
that we
trim
need
a
to
little
switch
bit
your
from
mindset.
everybody.
Does that
We
make
just
sense? Yeah.
see where we're end up. That's what we're doing. I mean,
Okay.
that's,
We try our best.
You can come back with the response and just say, we really need to.
we'll
stay."
have another meeting Friday with Scott Lloyd. We're
Okay.
supposed to Friday afternoon. So
So the response to Danielle, just say, we really can't trim there.
We really
We
can.
really can't. That's just all you have to say, and then we'll move forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else for us?
I don't have anything.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Read the sheriff's report.
Yeah, Sheriff's Report, July 7th, 2025, total prisoners in 55, total prisoners farmed out 0, farmed in 34, total 911 calls 95, jail contacts 4,550 or 43, excuse me. Total calls for service 596, total service civil service papers served 596. Total VIN inspections 3, new cases open 24, cases closed 3, vehicle crashes 9, SRO activities 0, bailiff contacts 131, livestock out 3. That's it.
Ambulance report. Dawn was unable to be here, so I'll call for this week of July 1 through 6th. Blue Mound 0, Centerville 0, Greeley 1 call, 1 transport, Lacine 12 calls, 4 transports, Fontana Lane 0, Lynn Valley 2 calls, 2 transports, Rich Hill 0, Mound City 5 calls, 3 transports, Parker 0, Pleasanton 5 calls, 2 transports, Prescott 1 call, 0 transports, for a total of 26 calls and 12 transports, with an average response time of 13 minutes and 6 seconds. Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hegwald, Linn County Rural Fire and Emergency Management. I sent out this week's call totals with 16 total calls. Brings our yearly total up to 344. It's pretty busy. They wasn't connected to fireworks at all. It was just a busy week for us with accidents and other things. That is all I have unless you have something else. The farther down on the agenda, there's the road closure things. I spoke with Jason this morning. I know last week you guys originally put that on the 14th, It got on the agenda today. If we could push that back to the 14th instead of today.
Can we push that back
I
another week?
had that on the 14th.
I'm sorry, that was my
It's okay.
fault.
Okay,
Apologize.
Good.
so, all right.
I talked to him about it. I thought it was the 14th too.
Can we push that back another week? Because I'm not gonna be here next week.
Sure. Is that okay?
Yeah,
The
that's,
only thing is we just need to get with dispatch, right?
Yeah.
Lori Cox needs to know.
I'll send them an email after this meeting saying, hey, it's pushed back. And then if I can kind of know a time that you said it, then we can send it out. Or if you want to try to keep the same time, just back 2 weeks.
30 if it's open.
Okay.
What do we have?
For the 21st.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
And then you're also on the 21st bringing back the,
EOP.
Yeah.
excellent.
Does Amanda need to be here for that?
Hmm.
EOP?
Nope. Other than a 5-minute executive session for non-elected personnel, that's all I have today.
Okay.
Is that the one we already have on there,
Yeah.
right? You want that now, or do you want,
If you want to take care of it real quick, we can.
okay? We can go into executive, I make a motion, we go into executive session for 5 minutes for job performance for non-elected personnel with fire and emergency management. Randy and the 2 commissioners,
And Jacqueline would like to be a part of it.
and Jacqueline on the phone,
Did you want me there, Randy?
And Danielle.
and Danielle.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. We'll return at 9:18. Was no action from executive session. Amanda?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Amanda Snyder, Linn County Health Department. I have a pretty quick update for you. And maybe, yeah, it's going to work today. Okay, so client appointments for 2025 for the month of June, we were at 251, up a little bit from 24, but down from 23. Some of our June highlights, we had our rock snake, which technically ended June 30th, but we still have about 100 rocks that have not been returned. So if people have picked up rocks, we encourage you to bring them back in, because that's a lot of rocks that we'll have to paint again for next year. On the back of your rock, it should say return to Linn County Health Department. We also had our Keep Me Safe events that were hosted at the Mound City Library, the Lacing Library, and then at our health department. That was a good event. We had a good turnout, and were able to provide a lot of education and provide some safety supplies, materials to our citizens. Our diabetic education classes, we have one left, which is tomorrow. And that topic for that one is dinner done right. This is a make and take your dinner for tomorrow night. This is something that Danielle put together, and it's been, I think, a really good class. We've had a really good turnout for that. We also had our nurses out at the Lacing Pool a couple weeks ago, handing out sunscreen and providing education on sun safety and water safety. Danielle helped out the multi-county health department at their baby shower in Garnett. They needed an extra car seat tech to come and check and install car seats, so she went and helped with that. And then we also provided biometric screenings at open enrollment. We have also had some employees come over to our office that weren't able to get that done at open enrollment. So if we have anybody who's still needing that, please call our office, and we might be able to squeeze you in before your trifolds are due, I believe next week, or no, this week. Is that right, Danielle?
This week, yes.
Okay.
Will they do by Friday or?
Mhm.
Okay.
Our July calendar and upcoming events, we distributed burn kits to some of the local fireworks stands. Our mammogram bus, which will be here on the 10th, our schedule is full, but we do have a cancellation list. So if there's anybody who would like to get on that list, please call our office. World Breastfeeding Week is August 1st through August 7th. That usually correlates with the Linn County Fair, where we set up a breastfeeding and diaper changing station. And we will also be providing tick and mosquito protection at the fair. And then starting this week, for the next 4 weeks, we are partnering with the K-State Research and Extension Office for they're calling it Create Better Health. This first class is a Mom and Me nutrition and cooking class. So if you would like to attend, we do ask you to RSVP just to make sure that we have enough supplies for everyone. And then just a little update on our garden. We're growing, and this week I think we'll be able to start picking some green beans that we will either put in our nutrition nook or use for a food preservation class. That's it.
Thanks, Amanda.
Yep. Any questions?
I don't have any.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yep, you too.
Chastity?
She's in the restroom. She's in the restroom, so.
Good morning. I don't have really a whole lot to mention to you at all today. I do have, sorry, she's going to come out of the bathroom and be like, what? I do have Caitlin Rayburn here with OpenGov that's going to share a little bit with you in regards to a service that could be beneficial to us. So we'll give her just a second. Do you have any questions for me while she's finishing up?
I don't have right.
Okay.
I don't have anything.
Nope. Okay.
Quick overview on OpenGov.
Yes.
Do you have that, or is she gonna?
She has it. She's going to display it for you. And then I'm going to ask her that she send that to us so we can refer back to it. Caitlin. You're up. I've got your computer.
Thank you so much. They don't have any.
This is our Commissioner Ally Hamilton.
Hi, Ally, we
Commissioner
met.
Jim Johnson. So,
Hi, Ally, Jim, and give me just a moment here. Let me go ahead and get this pulled back up for y'all. Thanks for
Fine.
having
Take
me,
your
by the
time.
way. Alrighty. And just to give you guys kind of an expectation for what I'm going to go over today, Allison, I know you and I have chatted about OpenGov and what we provide, as well. I've chatted with Chastity about it as well. And essentially, I just want to go over kind of 3 different investment options with you guys and give you guys the chance to kind of ask questions for what's included in that and what's not. Kind of, I want to keep it very high level as well, but please feel free to ask me any questions about any of our current customers or anything that might come to mind. So give me just one moment here. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and start from the top.
Ally, do you want that to run more to you guys?
Oh, I'm fine. Okay, yeah, this looks good
Yeah,
for you
it's
guys. Perfect. So, also just want to give you guys a little bit of background, especially Jim, since I know you and I haven't had a chance to meet before, and what is OpenGov? What are we proposing? How do we help communities, right? So, it's in the name, OpenGov. We only work with government, so I specifically work with kind of smaller municipalities between here and Texas. So I grew up in the Kansas City, Missouri area, but I live in Dallas now and kind of help support anybody in between the 2 areas. So when you think about OpenGov, obviously I've chatted with Chastity and chatted with Allison here a little bit about our procurement software. But I always like folks to know that we're a whole, heck of a lot more than just that. We have customers who utilize us for all of the suites that you see here. And but I do want you all to understand that each suite is built and meant to be a best in breed suite. So you don't have to have them all. You can have just one, but also want folks to know that as you grow and as your needs grow, we can provide solutions in all these areas as you see fit. Also want to let you guys know, like I mentioned, it's in the name. We only work with governments. So this company was built by folks who worked in governments, saw the inefficiencies and wanted to get on board with a company who was doing something about it and empowering a more effective and accountable government. And so I always like to pull this up just to show that it's folks who have, been in y'all seats or been in similar seats before who are mission driven to, help municipalities across the country. Also want to call out, I'm talking about partnerships here. So when we talk about folks who trust OpenGov to help be more efficient, don't like to use the word customers. It's more partners because almost every single one of our customers is in it for the long term with us. And these are kind of the staples of any partnership. And when I'm talking about the company in general is number one, help you guys operate efficiently as possible, which I think you guys will be, that'll be clear today. Number two, understand that, municipalities, y'all's needs, y'all's processes are changing all the time. We come out with quarterly updates to help kind of keep up with those needs. And we're always taking feedback from our clientele, from our prospective clients to make our solutions better. And at the end of the day, the most important thing is we understand that you guys are working with publicly funded taxpayer dollars, right? It's not money out of your pocket or, money out of your dad's pocket or something like that. This is money that has been trusted by you guys to spend wisely. And we know that's very important. And that's why our solutions are built to strengthen that public trust so that your constituents can look at their government and say, you know what? They're being transparent. I understand where my tax dollars are being spent, and I'm happy with how they're choosing to fund those. Something else I want to call out here. I know Chastity and Allison are aware of this, but just Jim, specifically when I'm speaking of procurement and some partnerships we have around here, Linn County is already using us. City of Lawrence is already using us here in the state. Been chatting with a lot of other folks specifically around procurement. So just wanted to call out maybe some familiar names that you might know here in Kansas.
You mean Miami County?
Yeah, did I say?
You said Lynn.
Oh, I'm sorry. So yes, Miami County right next door. Absolutely. And like I mentioned, we're going to be going over essentially 3 different investment options today. And I want you guys to know that the investment that we're going to talk about, it's 2-part.
So it's number one, it's an annual software, so that's going to be reoccurring. And then there's a one-time implementation fee. What you'll see here is a decent part of the investment, right? And I want you guys to understand kind of why the why behind that investment. And it's because of everything that you see here. So if you guys were to choose to become, partners with OpenGov, it wouldn't just be, hi, here's the software, thanks, see you guys later, hope you guys have fun and are successful with it. We are really huge on making sure that our customers are successful for the long term. It does not benefit us at all if you guys are unsuccessful or don't feel confident in it. And so these are all the measures that we take to ensure that you guys are happy and successful and confident with these softwares that you might potentially bring on. So you'll always have somebody like me, an account executive. You'll have a designated customer success manager. So if you're to become a customer, call them up anytime, anything you need. That's essentially their job at the company, is to make sure that you guys are happy. And when we talk about implementation, it's all of those other names you see. I mean, implementation analysts, project managers, solutions architects. You're really empowered by an entire team around you to make sure that you guys are successful with this new endeavor, especially folks who may not have used a software like this before. We understand that it's sometimes a big jump, and we want to be there to help you guys along the way. Do y'all have any questions on that portion of it before I kind of jump into the investments?
No.
Okay, perfect. So when we're talking about our procurement suite, and you kind of saw this in the beginning, it's essentially broken up into these 4 areas. So this is our most commonly purchased package. We're going to go over a couple different options today, but I want to start out with number one, what's most popular or most commonly purchased. And this is our, what we call full suite, or core procurement plus contract management. So it's a solicitation module that's going to automate building all those RFPs. We tend to see about a 90% time savings on building RFPs. We automate building the scope of work. We encourage internal collaboration with our unlimited user models. And then you guys can also piggyback of any template that a current OpenGov procurement customer has. You guys can keyword search for in the system. So those are the ways that we're able to bring that solicitation building time down about 90%. Next, we're going to talk about our supplier engagement. So that's what you guys might be most familiar with when looking at Miami County's website. If you guys were just to Google Miami County procurement, you'll see their OpenGov vendor portal, and that's what we kind of call supplier engagement. I think this is where you guys are going to see a ton of value, because you'll see there most of our customers are achieving about 4, sometimes 5 times more responses because of our vendor portal. I don't want to get too much into the weeds around all the different ways that we do this, but essentially, if you guys are looking at maybe 1 to 2 bid submissions back on your RFPs today, you can expect that to be around a 4x increase moving to OpenGov. That's what our customers are seeing by all the different ways that we're able to go out and find vendors and bring them to your community to bid. And what do more bids mean? More competition, cheaper prices for you guys. The supplier engagement ties right into evaluations and awards. So once the system helps you get all those bids, it's going to help you evaluate them in an automated fashion, and then even help you award them, send out that award notice. And finally, contract management. So within system, we can also build that contract, send it out, have an e-signature within system, and then create automated alerts so that you never miss a deadline with any of those contracts. You never miss a renewal. You never miss an insurance renewal or anything like that. Very high level. Do y'all have any questions on any of these areas before I jump into it? Okay, so the first pricing option that I'm going to show you guys is, it includes everything that I just went over. So a little bit smaller up there. So what we're looking at is a 12-month software subscription. So remember, I said it's 2 parts. Number 1 is going to be software. Number 2 is going to be a one-time professional services or implementation fee. So you can see as the 3 years go along, you see that professional services drops off on year 2 and 3. We do have a slight, just standard 5% increase year over year. So you'll notice that. And the slight increase in software year over year, with that total annual first year annual cost being around $42,420. And as you can see highlighted there, this includes everything. So contract management, supplier engagement, solicitation development, everything kind of that we offer. This would be your full suite option. Underneath the portion where it says OpenGov pricing includes, you're going to see where a lot of investment gets put into us building out your solicitation development module. So essentially, we take your boilerplate templates or your most used RFP templates, we build them in, and we do the same thing with contracts. We'll take all of your contracts, we'll migrate them over. So just wanted to call out everything that's included in that. Once again, kind of staying high level at the moment, but I do want to open it up for questions if you guys have questions or concerns about anything that is included in this option.
I guess I'm not really clear on what that 42,000 is covering. Is it just procurement and RFPs? That's it? I mean, when I look at Miami County's website, they have a ton of options. I guess I don't know what you've done on their website. Are you just doing procurement for 42,000?
So this is everything that I went over. So it's developing RFPs and automating all of that. It's the vendor portal, like you see on Miami County's, which includes the supplier engagement, evaluations and awards. And then thirdly, it's that contract management. So this is everything involved in that, and that professional services, that 25,000 is going to make up kind of the level of effort that it takes for our team. In that previous slide where you kind of have an entire team that works for you and get you guys set up in the beginning. That's what that investment is for. It's for getting you guys stood up for the first 3 months that you would be customers.
Job openings?
Is this equivalent to what Miami County does?
Yes, they have and I'll say again, they have full suite. They have a core procurement plus contracts. So what you guys see on their website is just the supplier engagement, just the vendor portal. What they have on their back end is the automated solicitation development, the contract management, the evaluations, and the awards portion. That's something that you can't necessarily see by just looking on their website because it's their internal processes of how they are doing their procurements. Does that make sense?
I think I need more information of exactly what it's the 42,000. It has nothing to do with job openings. It has nothing to do with job descriptions, right? All of that stuff on their website. I'm just looking at their website, and yours is just going to be under the procurement tab, right?
Yeah. So if you went to County of Miami, like if you just Google County of Miami procurement or bid postings or bid opportunities, it'll take you straight to their purchasing page, and you can see all of their active RFP projects. So that's what that vendor portal is for.
I mean, how many RFPs do you think we do a year?
There's 6 that are on an automatic rotation and get done every single year, no matter what. And then we thought there was probably anywhere from another 7-ish to 10 more that could be done. You know, like, for an example, the roofing is one that's not on a yearly one, but it's one that we added. When we do titles, that's another one that's not there every year, but it comes, hit and miss. So.
And like I mentioned, a big value in the solicitation development is not only going to be we'll work with you to improve that process, but it's going to be being able to connect you guys with a ton more vendors, right? So if you guys are only getting a couple of bids today, so I think of, and I was just telling Chastity about this, we've got a customer in Edgewood, Kentucky. They had I believe it was every other year they had to purchase a new sign for one of their parks, and it was normally around $100,000 for that project. When they came on with OpenGov, we were able to essentially open the door to an entire pool of other vendors who are now able to bid on that project. In that first solicitation with OpenGov, they saved over $40,000 just by being able to get connected with a different vendor. They'd only use the same guy. They only knew one company who could do that project. And by working with us to improve that vendor engagement, they saw immediate cost savings. So that's when we talk about being able to drive up that competition and what that would mean, I guess, fiscally for you guys. Any other questions before I run through kind of the other two options? And I've started with kind of our our beefiest option here at the beginning. So like I said, this is,
See the value based on 14 RFPs a year.
yeah, I mean, if that is,
I mean, I'm looking at at Miami counties and they have quite a few RFPs.
mhm. Yeah, so for them,
Do we have enough to, I feel like something is needed because the way we do, I guess the vendors right now, you know, they're on a business card in a drawer and
Yeah.
I do think it needs to be a little bit and maintained a little differently.
Yeah.
However, I don't know if that's cost is worth the amount of RFPs we do per year.
Yeah, this is just the beginning. I mean, this is just the one street. I think when she talks about the next two, they might be more beneficial or what you're looking for out in regards to for our lower scale RFPs.
yeah, exactly. This is just our first option. And something else I want you guys to know, this is something you guys can grow with. So let's say you guys wanted to go with a smaller package for the first year or two, get to know it, get to use it, and then, you know, you guys grow, you start doing more RFPs and start gaining a need for that. You can always come back to us and say, hey, you know, Caitlin, what would it cost to go ahead and, you know, add that solicitation development portion, you know, a year or two down the line, if that's something that makes more sense for you guys.
Okay.
Yeah. So that, I think that covers that unless you'll have any more questions. But I want to jump on to our next option. So this would be our next option. So it's including solicitation development, supplier engagement, evaluations and awards, and this is just not including contract management. So what you notice on that last one is we included contract management. We're going to create automated alerts. We're going to manage all of your contracts for you, bring those into system. That's what contract management is. For a more cost advantageous option, I've chosen to exclude that one from this one, just knowing what y'all's needs are, that maybe that isn't the highest of priority. So wanted to give you guys kind of a lower cost option compared to what we just saw previously. So this is what that looks like. So you would still have the solicitation development that we've chatted about. You would still have the vendor portal, which includes the automated evaluations and the awards. Essentially, the only thing that we've dropped here is contract management. As I've seen that maybe that isn't the biggest need for you guys, and I wanted to provide you another more, I guess, cost-effective option. I do have one more option following this, but would love some feedback or thoughts on this. And I know you mentioned, Allison, you were like, you know, to be honest, I don't know if you guys have the amount of volume of RFPs to have solicitation development make sense. Can I ask, I mean, we could also do an option here where, you know, let's say we flip it, we can drop solicitation development, but keep contracts for you. Is that something that would you say that contract management would be a bigger need than, you know, automating that solicitation development process? Or is it the same? I'm just trying to gauge and help understand what would be the best fit for y'all.
I don't know how to answer that, honestly, right now. I just feel like the RFP, the writing the RFPs is important to me.
Yeah.
The clean structure, like online,
Yeah.
that's important to me. Making sure the RFPs are written professionally and submitted accurately. I think sometimes this is, I guess, my opinion, but deadlines are an issue. Knowing where they're supposed to be submitted, accepting them after the submittal date, getting confused, knowing where to send them. That stuff needs to be addressed.
So
And it needs to be more calculated. As far as like, I guess when you're saying, I need a breakdown of, I know you've gone through this, so that's why I'm like, I don't know if I'm prepared, is because I think I need a breakdown of solicitation development. Exactly. Like, okay, what I want to read through it. Is supplier engagement, all of that. Like, I think I need more time, like going through each one to tell you exactly this is the one I think would be best for us, or these are the two. I'm not understanding just sitting here what they all include.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what I'll say to that is kind of what you mentioned of areas that need to be addressed. That would fall under solicitation development. It's going to automate that process for you. And that's why, you'll see, I'll be blunt, professional services, when we include solicitation development, is not cheap. And that's where a lot of that professional services come in, because we make the RFP building process essentially foolproof. Something that customers have told me before is, we had somebody walk in, they were very brand new to purchasing, had zero experience, and with OpenGov, they were able to sit down and work through and actually build an RFP in just a couple hours with no experience, because we templatize it for them. We have automations that build a scope of work. We have internal tools that can comment on somebody so you can get quick feedback. Also, we have internal resources where you can keyword search and say, let's say I'm in the system and I'm doing, I want to do an RFP for like a salt truck, maybe. I've never, let's say I've never bought a salt. I don't even know where to start. I have writer's block, or I just don't have that much knowledge. Within the system, there's so many different ways through templates and through piggybacking off of other municipalities' templates that you can keyword search for in the system, that it gives you such an amazing jumping off point. Understand that you guys are going to need your specifics in there, but it really will get you about 80 to 90% of the way there when you're starting a project and you don't know where to start. And secondly, the most important thing is it's going to make sure that you're compliant. It's going to kind of take that human error out of it, because everything has been essentially pre-vetted by our implementation team for you. They're going to help you build those templates and train you to build templates so that they are compliant and so that you're not missing something that's important. Just like you mentioned with the checklist, that's exactly how it goes. It's how it happens in system is all right, we need this, we need this, we need this. And I'm sure you saw that in the beginning, but it's a TurboTax approach. So like if y'all have ever used something like TurboTax for your personal taxes, think of that with our solicitation development. So I know I've used TurboTax and I'm not a tax expert by any means. Math is maybe not always my strong suit, but it just has you answer questions, right? Like, did you get married this year? Do you have dependents? And then it builds it for you. Think of it the same way with this. It's going to ask you questions like, is this an IT related project? Is this coming from, this grant budget or this grant budget? It just asks you questions and it builds it for you. It's quite amazing. So when you talk about wanting something that's going to make sure that you guys are compliant, it's going to keep you guys on track. It's going to speed up that process for you. Those are the problems that solicitation development solves. Any other questions on this before I move on to our last option?
No.
Alrighty. And then I did want to give you guys our last option. So all this one includes is our supplier engagement, which is the vendor portal like you all see on Miami County's website. And within that on the back end, so what you guys can't see by looking at their website is that they have an evaluations and awards module on their end. So whenever they get all of their bids back, it goes into an evaluations portal and you guys can work internally. We have an unlimited user license. So whoever needs to go in there and help with the evaluations and scoring and awarding for that specific project, that is all housed in system within OpenGov. So this would be our most cost-effective option, but also the option that doesn't include any of the solicitation development, doesn't include any of the contract management. It would simply be you just still developing your RFPs the same way y'all are developing today. Just now you have a place to post them and a place to increase that vendor engagement and a place to evaluate and award those bids.
So this isn't helping them write it.
Correct. And that's where the solicitation development is the helping them write it. So this is wanted to give you guys, because Chastity, I think this is when you came to me originally, we're like, hey, we want what Miami County has on their website. And that is this option, plain and simple, no more, no less. It's that vendor portal that you guys see.
Can you still search how other people wrote their RFPs on this one?
So you wouldn't have a solicitation development module. So I'd have to double check with my technical experts on that, but my knee-jerk reaction is no, because that is, the solicitation development is all about building the RFP. This, our sourcing package, is all about our vendors. So you would be able to bring your vendor list in. You'd be able to connect with vendors in our vendor network. You would be able to use all the tools that we have at our disposal to help you go find vendors. But the actual RFP building process, that's all solicitation development, which is not included in this option. So as you can see, this one is very simple. It's just the supplier engagement / evaluations and awards.
So when we list the RFP on, let's say we do this package and we list this on our website, like Miami County does, is that taken care of? We wouldn't have to post it in the paper at that point?
Yeah, correct. So if you, this would be like you guys moving to e-bidding. Yeah. But this is, as you guys can see, we've kind of walked the dog down the street a little bit here when it comes to investment. So wanted to give you guys 3 options and also give you the autonomy to say, I mean, you guys know your agency, you know, better than I do. So I wanted just to give you guys a few options. Like I said, started with our most robust option, our most commonly purchased option, but also wanted to kind of give you guys three tiers. And, you know, if this is an option that works better for you guys today, and maybe you wanted to grow into those other modules down the road, that's an option as well. I just want to make sure that you guys could find an option or find an investment that makes most sense and that y'all are comfortable with today.
I think that if we did like, I don't know if you have time to look into this, but like how much money have we spent posting in the newspaper versus how, is it about the same? Is this less? I think that would be something we would look into, number one.
I just wrote that down when I look into that, because I think that in itself could be beneficial.
Yeah.
So,
I
I do think
The
that
only-
if I just clarify, I think Caitlin can reiterate that from the website that you see and what Miami County provides is minimal to what we can see and do on the backside, correct?
Correct,
So there's
correct.
so much more that we as the county on the backside can see compared to a vendor or somebody that's wanting to, you know, choose or look into our RFP a little bit more. So.
Yeah.
With this, so when I'm on Miami County's website now.
Yeah.
And they have a procurement agent buyer, Mackenzie.
Yep.
Is she in charge of the entire, obviously procurement, but that's what she does. That's all she does is this. They have enough
Yeah. So
RFPs for that.
So funny enough, I did chat with them a couple of months ago. Mackenzie is new. And so before Mackenzie, I don't believe that they had a designated purchasing agent, let's say. And this is why we actually work very well with more decentralized governments or maybe agencies who don't have a purchasing agent. And the reason for that is because unlike any other solution that you might see that's even somewhat similar to ours, we run on an unlimited user license. So we're not going to charge you, you know, $4,500 to add somebody else so that they can have privileges to use the OpenGov system on the back end. So whoever's building your RFP, whether it's yourself or Chastity or Jesse or, you know, anybody, it's an unlimited user license. So if you guys down the road maybe did hire somebody who was just purchasing, then great, they would be an admin for that.
So like if Jesse does a RFP.
Yep.
And then Chastity does an RFP. If whoever does the RFP, they're the ones that are going to ultimately be handling that particular RFP, or can everybody touch it, see it?
Correct. Everybody can touch it and see it. So let's run through a scenario. So let's say that Chastity is building one. So that would be under your section for like your department. It would be under your project since you're the creator of it. With the unlimited user license, that's going to enable you to, we have comment sections throughout the checklist or steps that it takes to build an RFP. And at any point in time, just like social media or something, you can just be like, hey, @Jesse, wanted you to confirm, can you take a look at this and see if it needs any adjustments or something? Jesse gets an email, hey, Chastity wants your insight on this project. He clicks in, logs in with his login, makes his comment back. It's all there within system, and then you get it and you guys can move along. We keep all different like versions within system. So you can go back and see like what Jesse changed or what you changed or what version 1 looked like versus version 2, and things like that. So the short answer for that is yes. Anybody who you would want to have eyes on it would have access to that. It's just a simple, all you need is their email, first and last name to give them a OpenGov profile within your system.
And I'm also, sorry. No, you're,
Do you know, with you come to the microphone for saying they can't hear you? Do you know that with you being here longer than Ally and I, how many department heads actually write RFPs? I know I have, I know Jesse does, I believe Chris has. Do you know of anybody else that writes those?
Not right now that I can think.
Okay.
And it's,
Okay, not that that matters because you said there's unlimited, but I just was kind of curious of, what other departments would write those.
If there's anything to do with landfills with Jesse.
That would, that goes back to our public
I think if he was
administration. Okay.
over, he would write. It's-
Okay.
maybe Chris Martin.
Yeah, so I think Chris.
Oh,
myself-
sorry.
No, you're okay.
Sorry.
Myself, Chris, I knew Chris did, myself, and then Jesse. And like I said, I know public administration would do a majority of them, but I was just trying to think if you remembered if there was somebody else.
Well, like I just had talked to Sherry before, so she might be doing an RFP on
Okay.
like, Windows or updating
Okay.
the cabin,
Okay, which would now fall under me.
if she's-
Right. So, I mean, but
Okay. Okay, I just was curious if there was more than that. You're right.
and just to confirm, like with the public, so this is going to be where now local residents, they can go on, there would be a vendor section where they would put their information, and then if there's
There'd be a list of
something, they'd have a whole list,
Mm-hmm.
right? But then also if they put their self as a contractor for a roofing company, and then we go write an RFP for a roof,
Mm-hmm.
they're automatically contacted based on what they've,
Yes. So it's based on commodity codes. It's based on
Yeah.
commodity codes or NIGP codes. So those codes that they as a vendor use when they're setting up their vendor profile, which again, it's free for all vendors to ever sign up or use OpenGov as a vendor. It always has been, always will be free for them. When they're setting up their profile, they're obviously going to put in, first name, last name, the name of their company, and they'll select some commodity codes that fall under. So if it's a pool company, they'll have that commodity code. If it's a roofing company, they'll have that commodity code. And then whenever there's a project posted by you guys or by Lawrence or by Miami County, a project that is posted with that commodity code, they will get an automated alert that says, hey, somebody in your area has posted a project that looks like it would be a good fit for you based on your commodity code. They would get alerted for that to then drive them to your
so
website.
if
and
a
go bid.
local vendor signs up and that commodity hits with another county, they're going to get an email.
Yep.
Is there any way to take them off of that if they only want to work in Linn County?
So we've had this conversation.
Yeah. Can I ask, like, I guess, why you would want them to only have access to projects within Linn County instead of access to projects in, like around the Kansas City
I
area?
just think I know people that are local that just want to stay local. There's no reason for them to get the extra work in Lawrence.
Yep. So what they would do is they would subscribe to your agency.
Yeah.
So they would subscribe to your agency. So just kind of like, if you guys subscribe to a YouTube channel or something like that, and then they get, you're not going to get notifications for every single new video that ever gets posted on YouTube. But if you subscribe to a specific agency or specific user, you will get those, hey, somebody posted a new video. So same thing with you guys. If they subscribe to only Linn County, they'll get those automated alerts for only Linn County.
But it also opens up and allows other companies from other locations to then start putting bids on us, because for right now, we
Yes.
have a lot of things that need to be done, but not enough people in Linn County that do those things. So this will open it up for those other people in other cities, towns, whatever, to be able to bid in on the job as well.
I think for the most part, that's great. I was just had a few people in my head locally that I was thinking they only like to do local jobs. That's just a few people.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't want them to sign up and then
That they're getting
email
100
blast.
emails from every single person in the country. No, it's nothing like that.
okay.
Because, and you can see, if you go to their, like, County of Miami, their website, you can see, if you go to specific projects, or you can like subscribe, that's how you start those automated, kind of like higher value alerts, if that makes sense. But anybody can go on there and just see what they're posting and create a profile and bid if they wanted to.
What's the turnaround time on getting this set up?
So depends on the option. This is very, very streamlined. I worked with a customer last week, 2 weeks ago, who they're going to be having their vendor portals. So from the point where they sign their contract with us to the point that their vendor portal is going to be up and functioning and running, it's going to be about 10 days for them. So once again, we are looking to be a partnership with you guys. So if you guys are like, hey, we have, an RFP coming out that we really want to have this stood up by next week for it, we'll do what we need to do to get you guys stood up.
Well, you're familiar, we're moving forward with the new website.
Yep.
So I was wondering, like, on this particular quote, is this something we can sign but not go into effect until 6 months?
Yes. So so we do have 120-day booking policy. So this is something that you could sign for today, and then you have 120 days until that project actually starts, if that makes sense. Another thing that I'll say is, I know that you guys are working on getting that the website improved upon. This is really simple. It's quite frankly, it's just can be a very simple HTML link that we go and embed on the back end on your guys' website. And it can start to be viewed by vendors very quickly. So when we talk about some of our other packages around our solicitation development, we're building templates. We're really building a whole system for you. Transparently, those are a little bit more in depth. Those implementations take around 2 to 3 months. Something, if you guys wanted just sourcing, be done very quickly in a matter of weeks.
What about building permit, just applications?
Yeah, so that is something that we do have. So that is not within procurement, but that is something that we provide. So permitting and licensing, procurement is kind of my specialty. I work on a team of folks and we all kind of specialize in one of these suites. But we do have a permitting and licensing suite where we could provide a solution for that. But that would be kind of completely outside of what we talked about today.
Be another yearly fee.
Yeah, so that would be, if you guys wanted to see what that pricing would look like to onboard both of those, we can do that as well. But yeah, do be prepared for that would be another annual fee and another implementation for everything that solution entails. And transparently, I'm not the expert on it, so I can't run through all of the different options with that one like I have today. But if you guys have a need for that and are interested, I can absolutely get you connected with the right folks in my team who are happy to have that discussion with you.
I would like to personally look into that because I know that what we currently use right now in the planning and zoning with cloud permit, they can do all of their information, but they can't make a payment online. They have to come in line. They have to come
Every
in.
time Joyce comes in with a check, paperclip to
Yes.
application, I'm
And
just
so
like,
if it's all right, I would like to move forward with checking into that just to see what that costs compared to what our cloud permit usage is.
I don't know if this is Chastity's, both of them, but I would like to see financially these quotes that you've given us, have you break them down to see, we do need this. This is why. Break that down, but then also like how much are we spending in publications versus this quote? Does that sound reasonable? And then also,
And I'll share all of this.
and then same with like the permitting and the licensing. I know for sure we use cloud permit. Are we using anything else? Maybe not, but let me tell you, they're going to be time stamped when these building permits are submitted. And that is something that we currently don't have. And it's caused an issue in the past couple of weeks of this timestamp of when something or an appeal or anything like that's done. So I do think it's important that we have a better system, and the online payments is just a must.
Yep. At the time not being able to make a payment online.
I would agree on that. So maybe Jesse should be in, a part of that with you on the permitting and the licensing, or Ben, because he's,
Ben would be the
Ben,
one.
sorry, yeah, Ben. For sure, Ben. He might be able to take the lead on that one.
And that's also be 100% transparent with you guys. That's where we could start to see some cost savings as well. Just like, you buy anything wholesale, the more you buy, the more that I can go to my leadership and say, hey, these people are ready to commit to OpenGov and commit to a partnership with OpenGov. What can we do to show on our end that we're also willing to essentially make it easier for you guys to onboard and, join us in a partnership. So if that's an avenue that you guys wanted to go down, just like, buying anything, if you buy a larger package, the price kind of per piece goes down a little bit. So if that is something that you guys wanted to do, I can definitely get you in contact with my friend Nate, who would handle the pricing for that suite.
Yeah, I think that would be good.
Perfect.
Contact with Chastity and Ben and come back again with that option. And we need to know the cost.
Yeah. For
That's not on you, but for us to get that.
Yep, and I know, just like how I've shown you, how we've got a couple of different package options based on y'all's needs for procurement. I know with the permitting and licensing solution, it's the same thing. So Nate would love to get to know you guys, understand kind of where your problems are, what is important to you guys, and he could give you guys some options as well for pricing on that.
That includes inspections too, Jim, on there, so. And the public portal, I'd be interested in knowing what that is.
Mm-hmm. I can definitely, kind of what I'm thinking too is even setting up like a demonstration. We could set up, kind of a longer demonstration and show you guys everything, that we've talked about with procurement and contract management, and also show you guys what our permitting and licensing packages could provide too.
I think we just need to deep dive how much we're already spending, and then that kind of gives us a mindset of the budget we can go in with if we decide to make the change.
Okay.
And then work with Chastity and Ben and Jesse and getting you guys here for permitting and licensing.
Okay, perfect. And just to ask for some feedback from today, I mean, talking about procurement and contract management, is there a package option that we went over today that you guys would say that you're leaning towards based on your needs and available funds and all of that? I know we went over 3.
I'm not leaning towards anything. I'm leaning towards just getting all the information with the permitting and licensing, and then having those 3 come back to us with their just what they are going to advise us and what they think they need.
Okay.
Their departments.
So Chastity, do you think it would be a good idea to maybe get, like I said, my teammate Nate, who specializes in that suite, get him involved with Jesse and Ben and yourself to just kind of go over a first conversation of, hey, what do you guys need? How can we maybe fit those needs? Okay, perfect.
We have a ton of forms. We just talked about this, like streamlining
Yep.
our logo and what is on the top of the letterhead of all of our forms.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking more professional.
And then just wanted to ask you guys about timelines. I mean, we're happy to, like I mentioned, like I've worked with customers who are like, we need this, next week, and we get set up, and we're happy to do that. Do you guys have an idea of a timeline? Is this something that if it's a good fit, you're kind of ready to move on, or is it something that, you're thinking differently on? Would love to understand that.
My personal opinion, I would love to see it roll out with the new website.
Okay. And
But that's just me. I don't think there's any reason to necessarily put it in the back end of what we have now,
and I get that, right?
but I also heard you say it was easy, so if
It's
something
very
we can
simple.
get started on, I guess we could, but my first thought is just new website.
Okay. Do you know when your new website's rolling out?
Less than
We have our less than 6 months, I think around 4 months, we have our initial process meeting tomorrow. So
Okay. I mean, yeah,
we've approved everything. Now it's just starting the motion. So.
I mean, to be completely honest, if you guys wanted to go with our full suite option, or even the second option that does include solicitation development, That's where a lot of the time gets taken up with our implementation, to be completely honest. So let's say that you did want to move forward with that. That timeline makes a lot of sense. It would take us about 3 months as well, if we include that portion of it, to get stood up. So if this is something that you guys could come to an agreement with us here, maybe by the end of July, that would almost line up perfectly with when your guys' website comes out. And then you would have everything built out on the back end for y'all. You'd all be trained. And right at that same time, your vendor portal will be going live right as that new website comes up.
I think it just as soon as you can get planning and zoning or the planning and
Just see if we want to include that as well. Okay.
permitting.
If it's okay with you, maybe we can reconvene after this and just look at schedules and see when we can find a time for that.
I think that's where we need to start.
Yeah, and then just so I can have a good understanding, I mean, if, you guys do decide that what we've got over today is something y'all want to move forward with, and if we can have this permitting licensing conversation, heck, even this week, and decide that's something you guys want to move forward with, is it a realistic expectation to be able to come to an agreement by the end of July?
I think it might be.
We've got another commissioner role after.
Yeah, he's got to
Yeah.
get up to speed, and I want permitting and license to come back.
I think we have a lot of questions that need answered first before we can make
Exactly.
Okay, and that's fair. I'm willing to move as fast or as slow as you guys need me to. Great thing is you guys meet every week, so kind of gives us a good number of opportunities to revisit this if need be.
Okay.
That's good. Thanks for coming in.
Caitlin, can you provide me with a copy of this so I can share it with our commissioner that's missing?
Yeah, absolutely. And as long as you can give me the correct email, I'll just get that sent over in a follow-up email to everybody, and I'll recap everything and include this slide deck.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you guys so much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Do you have a card, Caitlin?
Yes, ma'am. I'll go grab it. It's in the office.
Thank you.
Good. We'll open up for public comment. If anybody has any public comment, step forward and state your name, please.
Jan Longenecker, morning.
Good morning.
My understanding was that you were going to have an answer on our appeal hearing.
Well, I mean, we haven't heard from planning and zoning yet, so we haven't heard from planning and zoning yet.
Okay, can I come back and speak after planning and zoning speaks?
If that's okay with Chairman.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Close public comment. Public Works,
Planning and zoning is present if you want to.
okay, come ahead, Ben, you.
I had sent you an email, Ben, but if you don't feel like you can comment on it, if it is,
I can comment on a few things what we've worked on with our workshops that we've been going over. We've had 2 workshops,
okay.
probably in about a month's time. We've been going over reviewing zoning regulations and planning and zoning bylaws, which we're going to take a vote on tomorrow night.
Okay.
We've been talking about battery storage for our county. So we've been looking at surrounding counties and how they handle it, how they're looking at it. And basically we're just going to look at what would be the best for our county and try to come up with something so we can review it by not tomorrow, but the next month's planning and zoning meeting. Then tomorrow night, we're going to be voting on the Rock Quarry Cup. We're going to do that. And yeah, like I said, our meeting is tomorrow at 7. So we'll be doing that with the Jan Longnecker appeal. I have had worked up some document, and I've been trying to work it out with the county counselor. I've not been able to get a hold of her. She's been out on vacation, right?
Okay.
She's just been out. So that's where we're at with that.
Okay.
That is it. Any questions of me?
I don't have any. I think that we should address the appeal once Jacqueline is here, don't you?
Yeah, I don't.
I don't, I don't.
Available for a phone call if we want to get her on the phone.
Okay.
I think her and I need to talk before we do that. I think we need to be on the same page.
Okay.
I'm good
So we
with
don't
that.
have an answer yet.
Do you want to call her today at some point?
Okay.
She's still on vacation though?
She just got,
Go back. Okay.
became.
Sometime this week.
Okay.
Let's just have for
Yeah.
sure on the agenda to have a response to Jan
Yes.
because
Yes. We don't need to drag this out.
Yeah.
Yep.
we need an official response or official letter or something.
Yes. All right. Yes. We will work on that.
And also maybe a letter responding to all of the people who signed the appeal, whichever direction we go on it.
Okay. Yep.
So we don't have an answer yet. We will hopefully a week.
That's what I
Yes.
feel like we should wait for him to talk with Jacqueline.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
Jesse, go ahead.
Go ahead and finish. Additionally, I issued a Kansas Open Records Act request on the 19th of May, and I had no response. My only choice at this point, because of our 60-day requirement for appeals, we must know, and we're at 45 days now. If I can't get some kind of an answer, I've got to go to the Attorney General's office and try to get a resolution.
She did respond to you though.
He submitted an additional core request after the response.
But she received it. She responded that she received it legally.
There's some kind of reasonableness as far as the time limit on this. There's not a date in the state law. There's not a time limit, but it's been 45 days. A few more days and we will reach the 60-day limit, and we may not be able to appeal an additional building permit if there is such. That's why we're issuing CORA requests every 30 days. And it's reasonable to expect this is not a search through boxes of records for days and days. This is a simple 30-minute thing to look up whether or not there are any building permits or building permit applications. That's all the request is. It's been a reasonable amount of time and we need an answer.
Well, legally, she has to respond within 3 business days. She has responded that she's received it. She just can't get you the information. Everything you've requested.
Okay, so can this go on for years, months? What?
Yeah, and if you don't like it, then it can, at that point, you can take it to the Attorney General at any time that we did not fulfill the request. Yes, you can do that. You have the right to do that at any time.
So you're saying you believe this is a reasonable length of time with no reply?
I didn't say it was reasonable or not reasonable, but
I believe public comment has been closed. This isn't on the agenda.
well, he did say he could come back up and speak.
To talk about planning and zoning appeals, that's correct.
I think I got everything that I need. Thank you.
Good. Public Works,
Morning, Commissioners. Jesse Walton with Public Works. Sent out last week's update. Got a few things that like to go over. I've got a couple of applications for burial permits. One of them is from Page Enterprises. And this is going to be on West 450 Road and Montgomery Road. They're going to do a road bore on there, and this is permit number 2025-10. I also have the application from Crawcan. They did bring us a check in for the $3,300 that I had told them about for all their road crossings. One of the questions I do have that I sent out on this was sent out, or this was done in 2014 for the burial permits, $300 per single permit, $1,200 for up to 5 permits, and anything over 5 permits would be $1,500 for those permits. The motion was passed, seconded and passed on there. My question is, what do we need to
We were
do?
looking into if the resolution had,
And there was no resolution that was
One-time deal is what.
right in 2014. So my question is does this still hold? Is this something we need to present a new resolution for?
I believe it's something we probably ought to talk to our attorney about. Just
I mean,
because
I'm
I don't
reading-
think it's a resolution, was it? It was just a.
it wasn't a resolution.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So with the 2014 motion that passed on utility line burial fees, I mean, it doesn't say Crawcan utility line, it says utility line burial fees to now be $300 for one single permit, which is what we currently go by.
Correct.
Okay, and then $1,200 for up to 5 permits and $1,500 for anything over 5. Vicky seconded the motion. Motion passed 2-0. Okay, was there a resolution regarding that particular motion?
Yeah, let me check real quick. That'll be easy to find. Okay, the most recent building permit fee I have is resolution 2023-7.
That's building permit.
Amendment to utility construction in right-of-way permits. That was updated 2022-11.
What does it read?
I can look it up, 2022-11. Okay. Let's see. Pursuant to Section 5 of the General Permit Terms and Conditions of the Application for Permit for Utility Construction in Right-of-Way, the Board of Commissioners hereby adds a requirement that utility owners and operators provide a notice of change of ownership or responsibility for utilities located in the county right-of-way, the general permit. Oh, here we go. If at any time there is a change in ownership or functionality of the responsibility of existing utilities in the right-of-way, the new owner or the responsible party shall register the change with the county and shall provide the county with the full current contact information as well as a detailed account of the nature of the location of its facilities. This notice of change of right-of-way, change of ownership shall be accompanied by a $500 processing fee. Utility owners and operators to whom this section applies shall not be granted permits for utility construction until they have complied with this section.
Okay, that doesn't answer anything on that one,
Sorry.
but
Well, does that
what
pertain
about
to the
2023-7?
fiber optic on the west side if it's sold?
Yes. Yep. So if it changes ownership during that time, then they'd pay. That's the way I understood that.
Oh, you're talking about permit fees, is that correct?
But
Boring, yeah.
Utility line burial fees,
Solid waste fees, park fees.
utility line.
Nothing on burials.
Okay, so when it's just a motion,
Planning and zoning permit fees was updated May of 24. Would it be one of those?
What fee schedule are you going by, do you know?
The current one that we hand out.
And it's where?
May of 20.
Is it located online? Is it on our website?
Yeah, it should be, yes. There should be a right-of-way permit, I think is what it is on there.
Sorry, this is 2005. I apologize.
Is it under county codes or do you know?
So you go to the Road and Bridge Department.
Okay. Do you know which page it is for the fees?
I'm looking at the fee schedule from Resolution 2023-7. But I don't see.
I don't see the fees on the oh, you're talking about at the very bottom. Okay, types of permits, entrance, dust control. So are you using the public utility permit? I'm sorry.
Yep. So
Okay,
these,
so which one did you check for
so
him?
go up. So these are private use ones. And this one right here is for public utilities. So the
So
first one is a utility if they're gonna bore under the road.
that's $100 for the fee and then permits 200, so
Right, so you're
$300.
$300 per bore.
Okay.
Yep.
What month was the minutes that you were reading, Allison, about?
2000 January?
Was it January? Okay.
Hold on.
What you had was just
January of
minutes for that
2014.
one time.
No, there's
Correct.
a resolution in January or anywhere in 2014 where it talks about utility fee schedules. So it was a motion and it was agreed upon, but it was not an official resolution.
They agreed on it for the one time.
And
Not necessarily. How many times have you guys made a motion and we don't pass a resolution? It's happened a lot. I mean, we make motions a lot and we don't do resolutions always. Is that required to have it in?
no, every motion does not require a resolution, but a resolution solidifies it and makes it a legal document, a legal decision.
What are your thoughts, Jesse, on that paragraph?
That's why I come to you on that. The way I read it, I think that it would sustain and carry on until we change that and make a motion to change that permit fee on there. But then again, where a resolution wasn't passed, I don't know. I just want some direction on what we need to do with that. One thing that I would like is just if we could approve these two right-of-way permits, these bore permits, so these guys can get going on their projects.
For the Croccan, is that the
For Croccan,
25-10?
Croccan is 2025-09, and the Page Enterprise is 2025-10.
And what's the difference in the price on the Croccan one? If we go, it's 3,300 for
It's
the 11.
3,300 for 11 crossings.
And if we go off of what you're,
If we go off of what they discussed in 2014, it would be a $1,500 permit.
For the entire project, right?
Correct.
And we probably need to clarify entire project,
Right, we
meaning
don't know how
what's the
far.
scope.
What's the scope of his entire project?
I feel like per application submitted, over 5 permits would be one. That's $1,500. So like if he doesn't have all of them in the county that he's gonna be doing in that one application, then he's going to have to pay again.
He's gonna have to pay again if he wants to off of it. I mean, if we choose to let him off on the 1,500, he can't come back in 3 months and say, I'm coming to Sugar Valley. You,
Right, he'd have to do another permit, correct?
Yeah, and so like, right
So
here,
it's per permit.
per application, and then we would do the permit fee based on how many was on that particular application. But I think we need to have a resolution prepared with this clarification. I'm okay with it. He's coming on Monday, but I'm okay with the $1,500 on this application. He submitted one application for however many.
11
Right-of-ways.
bores. He's wanting 15, he's wanting a bore right now for 11 bores.
11 bores, yes,
Total of 11 bores, it'd be 3,300 if we charge him 300 per bore.
correct.
But you're saying with the way the permit, or the way it's stated back last time they did this, it was a $1,500 one-time charge for this permit.
Correct.
I don't have a problem with letting him go with it. I mean, but I don't want him coming back in and trying to tie it to the rest of it if he goes further. I mean,
Right, if he decides to do more, he'll have to do another
Can
application.
you get with Jacqueline this week and prepare a resolution?
Yep.
Regarding the 2014 minutes, and then also like add per application, like it has to be submitted in that one application to get that $1,500
Yep,
total fee.
yes, I think that's fair.
And then we'll do you want to just let Crockin know our decision so he doesn't have to come back in on Monday?
Yeah, I can call them and let them know.
And then we'll work on refunding.
Mhm.
Okay. Do we need a motion? Let's just make the motion when we do
So
the
we ought to make a
resolution.
motion to do this, to allow him to do these 11 bores for 1,500 this time
In the motion.
in the motion.
Okay. Okay, so I'll make a motion that we approve burial permit 2025-09 for Crockin. Check submitted was 3,300, but we are referencing the minutes from January 2014 with the charge of $1,500 for this one particular application. That's my motion.
Be a one, just for these 11 bores.
Just for this particular.
Yes.
Just for this application, this number.
I'll second it. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Just make sure he comes in and he understands that this is just for 11.
Yep, I will let him know.
And then work with Jacqueline on the resolution and then also the refund.
Yes.
And then I'll make a motion
We
that,
need to vote on that
Oh.
one. All in favor, say aye.
sorry. Hi.
Aye. Okay. Then we need to make a motion for a page
Page Enterprises.
for,
Do you want me to make it?
go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we approve Page Enterprises burial permit 2025-10 at West, did you say 450?
Yep, 450th and Montgomery.
Montgomery.
That's water.
Yes.
So water, and that's my motion.
Okay. I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Which one is this?
That's the Crockett one.
Okay. You need 15 minutes. job, executive session?
Yes, he does.
Danielle, yeah.
You do?
I saw
Okay.
her.
Do apparently.
Okay. Okay. We'll do that in a little bit here.
Can I get a copy of these two, Jesse?
Can I take a 5-minute recess?
Yes, we can if you
I'm
need.
sorry.
Make a motion. Recess for 5 minutes.
Or 3. I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We'll come back at 10:38.
Get ready. The gnats just come back for me. I know, they love this. Sorry to interrupt you. You may begin.
Okay.
We're back in session.
All right, we have the culvert bids from last week that we opened. I would like to go with J&J Drainage Products for a total of $151,067.90 to purchase culverts from them.
Will that get us through the rest of the year, you think?
That'll get us through the year and hopefully into the next spring. We have several culverts from our culvert inspection project that we did that needed to be replaced. And this hopefully will finish that up and then carry us over into next year.
I guess we got plenty of money for that. I mean, as far as.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve J&J for $151,067.90 for culverts.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We have 3 graders, motor graders down here at the Mound City shop that we do not have service agreements with Foley equipment. What this is this takes care of the big services that they do that take 2 or 3 days. They'll come down, drain all the fluids, run fluid tests on them to see if we have any irregularities in the fluid when they pull them out. It just saves our mechanics from doing that and lets Caterpillar do that so our mechanics can stay on working on other equipment that has their. So one grader, each grader is a different cost on this per year due to the model and year of the grader. Our 140M, that is the grader we have stationed over in Blue Mound. That would be $1,504.90 per service. And that's usually once a year, sometimes twice a year, depending on how it falls. So if we do it in January, we're going to do it again in October. But if it falls in June in that year, it'll only get serviced in June.
1504.90.
1504.90 for that
Is
grade.
that the oil and everything? Or
That's oil, transmission, hydraulic oil. They do all the filter changes. They go through and do coolant. They go through the whole grader on that.
What's the other two?
The other one is a 120. That one's been stationed in Centerville. And that one is $1,396.65. And then we have our 12H grader, which is stationed in Mound City. And that one is $1,313.95 per service.
How much of that do we consider labor? I mean, versus, do you know? Each time?
Each time, as far as labor on there.
Labor, I mean, versus us doing it.
Well, this takes anywhere from 2 to 3 days to do that, and they're there all day long when they're there. They usually get there about 8:30, and they usually finish up about 3:30, 4 o'clock, working on those.
So this is oil and everything.
That's oil, filters, and to take oil samples and run tests on them.
You said per service, and that's twice a year?
Yeah, it depends on when it falls in the year. So it's a 500-hour and a 1,000-hour service. So if it falls off in like February or March, they're going to do it again in the fall. But if it falls like May, June, July, that may be the only time they show up that year to do
Depends
it.
on the hours on the machine, then is what you're saying.
Yeah, yep. But then all the other services, our mechanics will do the regular 250 and services.
We're already doing this on others?
Yeah, yep.
Is it
These are
the
just
last
yearly ones that we just do yearly. So we don't do them out 5-10 years at a time. We're just paying that every year. This is a yearly thing that we bring in. So if we do sell a machine during the year or trade it out, then we're not committed to it.
Do you have a problem with it? You've done it in the past?
We have done it before. I know that.
You feel like we should be doing it ourselves?
I don't. We talked about that one time about doing it ourselves. I know that. But they take the oil and everything back, so.
Yep.
Just a 1-year contract, or
Yes.
you don't think we have time to do it ourselves? So
I think we have time to do it. It's nice if we're busy doing something, it frees up our mechanics to finish doing their projects that they've got going on other than spending 2-3 days on a full service. The mechanics are not opposed to doing it. It's just that it frees them up, helps them out so they can continue working on other things that come in.
When did we switch to doing it with Foley and not ourselves? Do you know?
Well, I think we did this. I think we turned this down a year or so ago, didn't we? Or 2 years? I mean, as first.
I don't know. I know when I was at the North Shop, we had our Caterpillar grader and the John Deere graders on the service plan with Murphy and Foley up there, and they would come do their.
And they're still on it now? Or?
Yes.
I haven't heard any feedback on this particular issue either way, so.
Like I said, our mechanics are good either way. It frees them up for that 2 or 3 days of a full service on there. And when they're done doing the service, if our mechanics do it, we still send the oil samples in to them to get diagnosed.
It's up to you.
Hmm.
Whatever you think. I don't care either way. You want Jason's feedback?
I'd like to think about it a week myself, because like I said, it's if we have mechanics to do it, time to do it, but I guess I'd just soon have our mechanics doing it. But we
Just,
talk about it.
can you just put it on the agenda for next week on
I won't be
approving?
here next week.
Oh, yeah, sorry. You can do the 21st?
Okay.
Okay.
21st. Greater service contracts.
So 2 weeks out?
Yes.
Okay.
July 21st. I'll reach out to some people too and try to get some
Okay.
feedback, so.
Okay. What else, Josie?
On 1475 road between Botkin and Cassada, we have a farmer who has reached out to us to see if we can put like a blind hill or an equipment entrance or something of that nature where he comes in and out of there with these tractors. This is something I'll reach out to Jacqueline with, visit with.
One sign to where we just need.
A sign, it's not a traffic control sign, it's more like our bus stop ahead, caution sign to say, hey, there's equipment coming out in and out of this farm on there. So we'll get something put together with Jacqueline for a resolution to see if we can get some signs up there for him.
Talk to her about it. I don't have a problem with sticking the sign there if it's a blind hill.
Yeah, and it is a rough hill. There's an intersection right there too, and it's one that I believe we do need to put one there. Also, just a note coming in, Todd is going to be starting on the 850 road, the old military bridge, this week. They're going to start milling that down, so that road area is going to be closed periodically throughout the week as they mill that road and get ready to pave it, hopefully by the end of the week. So
The bridge area, is that where?
yep, so we're going to do the approaches and the bridge on there and try to get the swags out of the bridge and get it paved over.
We had the engineer look at the underneath of that.
So we did have the engineer come look at it. He said as of right now, it's not in imminent danger. And that's when he had brought in that application for
The new bridge.
the new bridge to be, for the grant to come out in 2027 to see when they are going to award that. But it's not in imminent danger of catastrophic failure.
Do we have a copy of that
Of that,
His-
statement?
His statement.
Can you send that to me?
I will find it.
Thank you.
Yep. I think that was just a verbal,
Yes.
I think that was just a verbal that we had over the phone, but I'll have him send us something in writing.
I need to get it if we had it.
I do
Yep.
need it because I actually had a citizen request it, so.
Yep, I'll have him put something in writing for that.
Okay.
Does it also have, I don't know if you can, is there a weight limit before you enter that bridge?
There's a weight limit on all the
Okay.
bridges.
What was the weight limit?
I can't tell you.
I don't know what it
Just
is.
as long as that hasn't changed within his report.
Yeah, I don't think it's,
In his report, we have the right signs that are
yep,
correlating.
we'll check into that.
Thank you.
Okay. I think that's all I have for you unless you have anything else for me.
That it?
That's it.
I'm good.
Okay. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay. Dave's towing.
I'm asking the commissioners to reinstate me to the tow rotation here in Linn County. There were some questions you guys had in there, like, you know, I need to be here in Linn County and have a driver and a truck here. I have all that taken care of. Everything that you guys required us to do, we've done. I also have a statement for criminal. I have no record, no nothing on me. It was brought up something about a felony. I have nothing against me. My wife did back when we had Saker Towing, and now we changed it to Dave's Towing. Now it's me, not Saker's. So I'm asking the commissioners to reinstate me.
You have a driver in the county now?
I'm going to be in Linn County. That, and we're building a new house at 602 Center Street. So we'll be living in the county here.
Are you in the county now?
Yeah, well, I have my trailer out here at my impound lot, but the contractors are supposed to get started here in the next week or 2 weeks to start putting up our new house
Is that Pleasanton?
here in Pleasanton, yes.
Well, I think our question was the other day was you had to have, that was a statement in there that had to have a driver in the county, right?
On the days that we're on the rotation, I will be in the county for, I think it's 24 hours you're on, and then it goes to the next one. There will be a driver and there will be a truck here in this county.
I think as soon as you can provide your primary residence, then we would as soon as you can provide your primary residence, like an electric bill or something like that, I think that's what we need, some sort of verification that you're here.
Because like I say, they told me it's all right for me to park my travel trailer there at my impound lot where I got water, electric and everything. I can stay in there until we get our house built here.
As soon as you can get us any sort of verification, electric bill, utility bill, that this is where you're living as your primary residence, that you're.
Well, I'm going to still be, are you telling me I need to be up here 7 days a week? Is that what you're saying?
Are you building a house to be up
Yes,
here
we're
7
building
days
a
a
new
week?
house up here, yeah.
To live here 7 days a week?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I mean, that's what I would say. I would be looking for something like that, according to the application. Can we review it and get back with you? Can we review it? Oh, I'm just saying, can we review it and get back with you? We'll call you or give you an answer in a couple of weeks. Because I mean, we've already made our determination.
Yeah.
It's a no. So you're asking us again, right?
Yeah, 'cause I wasn't here last week. We didn't get the email until Monday at 12. It's on the papers I got here that I believe my wife gets it from her.
And
Is that the only
were
thing
notified.
that it was
There was something
somebody
else.
in there and then what was the other thing? I thought there was two things that we,
One was a felony issue that
Okay.
that the sheriff had provided to us.
okay. Now, will you leave the county with anything? I mean, if you got a call somewhere else, are you gonna be out of the county, but you'll be?
If I can't be here for that call, then I'll contact the sheriff department and let them know that I'm tied up. I'm doing quite a bit right now for highway patrol. They got me in Linn County, I got it in Allen County and in Bourbon County. But on, like I say, on the days that we're on call here in the county, I'll be here. Unless I'm called out for something outside. But we'll be here mainly in the county.
Well,
we'll abide by whatever, like I said at the last meeting, when you guys took us off, I'll fix the problem. We will have a driver, we'll have a truck here. The only truck I won't have down here 24 hours a day is my semi-record, because I keep it busy. So that'd be the only thing.
Our handbook policy, our towing policy says it has to have a Linn County business address. Your EIN is not registered for any Linn County address.
Our address is over on Tucker Road.
Your tow lot,
Yes.
that's not your business address, that's your lot location.
Okay, and then I don't know, Julie's address there in Prescott, I don't know if she's using that. I don't know.
Well, like you said, you are the business, you are the driver, you're not Julie. Julie is separate from the business, so I wouldn't want you to rely on Julie's information.
Okay, so you need like the address where we're putting our new house. Can we use that address? I mean,
But you need it on your,
When the house is built, we can have that address. That would make sense.
so I'm not too good on this talking stuff. So what else? I mean, what other address can we use? Well, I think all we got here is a PO box. Is all we got. We don't have like a mailbox or anything set up there.
have to have it on the license, is that what you said?
That's correct. It's the policy says has a Linn County business address, and currently their business address
It's for stuff.
is Fort Scott.
So you need an address on your business address for Linn County.
Well, can we use?
So if he had, according, I'm reading through the policy now
Mhm.
again. So just to, have you read through the entire policy as well?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So if he had a business address, like two businesses, even though he's registered in Fort Scott, you're saying,
You can have two businesses, absolutely.
well, I mean, just for me personally, like when I had a business in Fort Scott, I also worked in multiple locations. I didn't change my EIN number to, you can't do that. You have to have one, even though you have multiple locations you're working, it's pointless to have 7 different locations.
Right.
So like, I understand what you're saying, but he's probably not going to change the EIN business address from Fort Scott ever, even if he had all over the state. It's like you have to have that one centralized location. But I think it also, with the lot that you have, and you're saying like you have a trailer, so you're camping in a trailer on the days you're going to be here. And I'm just like, is that good enough? No, I think our county, I don't even think you can live in your.
We've been doing it for the last, well, when we got taken off, whenever they moved the Ford dealership, we've always been doing this for, I don't know, that's been 10.
We're not supposed to actually live in a camper trailer, right? I mean, for long term.
Jacqueline's suggestion is to ask him to wait for us to send him an official letter that outlines what he needs to accomplish for us to approve.
Okay.
Or to
You do
revisit
that.
the
Our
applicant.
attorney says we're gonna send you an official letter to what it allows you to be approved to be a towing company. We'll send you a letter. We'll have our attorney send you the letter of what it takes to be an official. We'll send you an official letter.
And then, but the main thing right now you need is the physical address here in the county.
I think what she's saying is
She's gonna
she's gonna line it all out, like she's gonna spell it
I'm
all
gonna
out for
send you
you
a letter
in
and
a
tell you
letter.
exactly what you need.
Like I say, I don't do emails, I don't do texts, so I think Julie's been in contact with you.
Yes, I'm the one she's been emailing. Right now, Jacqueline said the answer is no. That was the decision that was made. We'll send you a letter telling you what specifically are the reasons, and then when you can correct those reasons, we can reapply.
So for right now, it's gonna be like it was before.
Until we get you the letter to
Until we
what,
get the letter.
we're gonna stay where we're at from last week's decision. Until you get the letter. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Do you want the copy of the?
I can take that. Thank you.
give you all of them. I've got them too.
Okay. Great, thank you.
All right.
Thanks,
you.
Dave. Have a good day.
You too.
Emergency management,
The 21st.
that's the 21st, okay. Soundproofing jury room,
James.
So I think there needs to be some clear direction from the commission. Who is in charge of this project? Stephanie from district court clerk, chief clerk, has been circling around. Jesse's been involved, the sheriff has been involved, but no one has clearly been assigned to this task.
where are we at on it? I mean, as far as what have they done? I know that Goldberg met with the sheriff, I know that.
Last I heard from the sheriff, there was back and forth communication with Goldberg, I believe was the company he mentioned to me. For a week or so, it's just been crickets. He says he's not been able to get a response from them. He doesn't have a clear direction as far as if he's supposed to go forward with this. He said he can do it. He can hang the soundproof paneling that we have already. It's going to look fine.
This
It just
was
won't be a
assigned,
professional
though. Like,
installation.
so prior to me coming in, this was supposed to be taken care of by Goldberg. Whenever I came in, I remember having a conversation. I was tired of hearing about it. So we moved forward and gave Sean West the authority to move
He
forward.
bought the stuff.
And he bought the stuff.
That's
And
him and
Chris Martin was supposed to put, I thought, the door
the door sweep.
sweeps.
Well, I thought, last time I talked to Goldberg, I called, him and Larry, and he said somebody was coming down for the conduit, and there was a few different things that they could do and
Mhm.
that's the last I'd heard as far as that.
So I know this was something that Sean talked about on a regular basis. Sean's not here anymore. Jesse has mentioned it maybe once, and that was because you asked about it. The sheriff has gotten involved to some degree, but he doesn't have clear direction on whose project is this to see to fruition.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, when James started talking about it, I really had no idea he was in the middle of it. The last I knew it was Sean, and then I know it kind of just fell off. But
He said,
you would come back too, though, about the Goldberg.
Yeah, I called Goldberg.
Is that you or me?
Jacqueline calling me. Do you want me to take the
Do you
call?
know anything
Jack-
about it, Jesse?
Yes, ma'am.
So when Goldberg came out, I met with the sheriff when we went over, and they brought a contractor out to look at everything. And then they were going to come back and bring their proposal back to the sheriff, and that's the last I knew of it. The last I talked to Sheriff Hakes about it, he had not heard anything from them as of yet.
They never came back and fixed the duct or the conduit or anything?
As I'm aware of, no.
Who
If you need me to look,
contact Goldberg.
I've got his number. He will answer my phone. I mean, he has answered it the last 2 or 3 times. He'll call me back within 24 hours usually.
All right, I've got Jacqueline on speakerphone. She has some input on the soundproofing.
Okay.
So there was a storage unit that had some of the soundproofing that Sean West had gotten in, and so because James Ace was working on it, Jesse had shown James Ace where all of that soundproofing step was.
I didn't do that.
I didn't hear all of that. So.
She was saying that we don't have enough of the material. She knows that there's a storage unit that has some of the materials in it, but there needs to be more material. Is that correct?
I know the storage unit out there does have the door sweeps and the soundproofing stuff in it, because I helped unload that.
$2,200 cap for the jury room. So we need to have, that was the cost for the ceiling upgrade for the jury room.
And I don't believe that's happened yet.
So
we did allocate $2,200.
Are you back, Jacqueline?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so the soundproofing that Sean West had ordered, Jesse showed it to James Aches, except that there is not enough of it. So we're ultimately going to need more of it to order, but it was a little bit confusing because multiple people were taking control of it, if that makes sense.
Makes sense.
So it would be beneficial if one person was assigned this task.
Yeah, so it would be really helpful if somebody was in charge of it and knew where all of the different pieces were. I know James Aikes had been working with a guy to scope out whether it would work. So we don't have enough material. We have to order more material, but we don't need multiple people doing the same job, I guess.
Sean went to Home Depot.
That's correct. I can look that up.
He went to the city and picked that up.
Right.
I guess my point with that is we made a $2,200 cap. How much have you spent? We may not have to make another motion to buy the rest of it. I need to know how much we've spent
I would
so
need to
far.
know how much we spent on it and where we're at with it as far as, and does our maintenance have time to put it in?
We need to have a discussion about that. I think we can make time to do that.
I know that district court needs to be involved, but not with the fixing, like the actual physical labor of it. But they are the ones that were complaining about it. Issue, so we need to appease them. That's what we're trying to
Correct. And
solve.
that's where I understood that Goldberg was going to come back with an estimate of what it's going to take to rectify this problem.
And in the meantime,
Is that something
we're
you-
trying to do the $2,200 because there's still a problem and no one, Danny at the time couldn't get a hold of Goldberg. There wasn't a communication.
Well, it's a little late in the day to me. I don't know why we're worried about this 2 years or 3 years down the road. Why wasn't this taken care of when we had a little leverage from the contractor?
Right.
I mean, Goldberg was talking to me and he said he would take a look at it, but he didn't actually say that they would pay for it. But I feel that if it's not soundproof,
They didn't do their job.
it wasn't done right. And why did we wait till 2.5 years into the project before the district court comes to us and tells us it's not
Got a problem.
So direction for today, I would say Jesse needs to get with Danielle to figure out how much money we've spent out of the $2,200 allocated funds.
Okay.
That's number one, because then we have to make a new motion if we need to buy more material. And also, I don't know if it's like square feet, if you can look on the boxes that he purchased. I don't even know what he purchased.
soundproofing materials all in there.
Okay,
The-
so we
the
wanna-
Panels is putting
Acoustic
on the
panels,
wall,
I
right?
think.
I think there's panels and ceiling tiles out there.
And I mean, do we know where to put them to make it right? I mean, does the jury room, do we need to use Goldberg regardless for advice?
I think so when it comes to doing this.
So do I. I mean, at first I was thinking, we
So-
could just put it in, but
Some of the things that they'd went over when we were meeting with them was things I would never have thought of. I think their opinion and their input on this, of the way to go about it, is something we need to look at and to use them.
I go back to, why wasn't it fixed right the first
So-
time?
And I'll agree with you.
can you also get with Chris Martin and see if, I really don't remember this conversation particularly, but the door sweeps, I thought it was him. I thought he
I
had
thought we had the door
extras.
sweeps bought and just didn't have them put on. That's what
Yeah,
thought.
I thought he had.
I think they're out there in the storage unit.
Okay, so maybe, I don't know why I'm thinking of Chris in this situation, but I thought he had mentioned it at one point. If you just want to ask him just to see where we're at.
Yep.
And then just report back next week, but
And where was that with as far as putting foam around the wire into the plugins and things like that? That's what the last thing I talked to Larry about, that somebody was going to come and do that.
Okay.
do you,
As far as the outlets and things,
Mhm.
they could soundproof it some that way. So what he was telling me, the jury rooms.
do you feel like he should be in contact with Goldberg?
Whoever's in charge of it should be, yeah.
Yeah.
You feel like?
Well,
you
that's,
reach out to
if you
him?
want me to take over and take on this project with it to see it through, we'll do it.
I'm not saying you should do it, but I do think.
Can you reach out to him and see
Goldberg-
where we're at on it?
I will reach out to them and see where we're at.
And then see where we're at money wise.
Yep.
I've got Larry's number if you need it. I mean, I'm sure you might have it too. I don't know if I gave it to you or not.
I'll look through and see if I can find it in
Yeah.
Sean's records.
I have it.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay.
Thanks, Jesse.
On to the small budgets.
Is Stacy coming in or no?
I asked her if she could come at 11:15.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to put them on the screen today?
She said, yes, she can be here at 11:15. So we're almost there.
We start interviews at 11:20. Do you want to jump into budgets right now?
I'm fine. Whatever. However you want to do it.
I just didn't want to have them
Oh,
all
we
waiting
got
for.
two. We can do that. We can wait. We got 2 interviews.
That's correct.
Okay.
If you want to do the 15-minute
Yeah, we can do.
executive session with Jesse and then go into
Let's do
interviews
that.
and then come back and do budgets.
Yeah. I'll make a motion to go into executive session for 15 minutes with Jesse, Danielle, the 2 commissioners for job performance, public works.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We'll return at 11:25. There's no action. Let's go ahead and do Stacy, and then we'll go to the interviews. Is that okay?
Sure.
Come over ahead, Stacy.
Good morning. Morning. How are you?
I'm great.
Hi, Ryan.
On the back.
Oh, sorry.
She's on it.
She is on.
Good morning. I am Stacy Reagan. I am the district manager for the Linn County Soil Conservation. And I presented you with the budget request as well as an attached sheet that kind of shows you different things that we do throughout the county. Like I said, we represent, we're kind of the representation for NRCS, which is the National Soil Conservation District. And so we're the liaison with our county customers as well. So we go out, we talk to the, county, we work with different projects, try and get them in as far as if they need any help with any soil conservation projects. And then we work with NRCS to actually do the technical work. So this year in the cost share, we have the cost share program that we get every year from the state, and they give us so much money. We were able to do 3 projects for our non-point and 8 projects for our water resource, such as the brush management, fencing. We did well decommissioning, herbaceous weed control, terraces, critical area planting, planting and waterways, and then a watering facility and a pipeline. So some of the kind of activities we did with our cost share money that we got from the state this year. We had our annual meeting that we have every year. We hosted a regional envirothon. We sponsored, this is our 2nd year. We're going into our 3rd year of hosting a Women in Ag conference that has been growing each year. So that's kind of expanding, bringing in speakers to speak with our area producers. We host the land judging, and we did a succession planning workshop, and we're looking to do some other workshops as well. And we're working on a farmer to farmer discussion where we can bring in our producers to speak with NRCS regarding any questions that they might have and give, technical assistance or ideas and how we fund those. We facilitate the local work group meeting. We're part of the Adopt a Bike program. So people can drop their old bikes off that they don't want, and we can get them hooked up with the RC&D, the Resource Conservation and Development, and they will get them restored, and then we will get them back to hand out to anybody that applies for a bike. We sponsor the poster and limerick contest each year. We have about 350 posters countywide and about 30 limericks. So it gets to be quite a daunting task for our the wives of the supervisors that we have, because we have a 5-board supervisor. So the wives come in and help us do those judging as well. So that's just some of the activities that we do. Do you guys have any questions as far as what you've been provided?
We've been
Or is it 43,000? I'm not.
43,000.
Yep.
That's
Are
what
you-
you
you're
haven't
requesting
changed,
the
and then
same?
you're requesting 43,000 for your.
Yeah,
for again.
we've requested that for several years. It seems to be the same.
Okay.
I don't have any questions about it. I appreciate everything you guys do.
Thanks.
The outreach has improved, I think, drastically within the last few years. I've been to the Women in Ag conference once. That was amazing. I've used your services, and they're providing over 35,000 back to the county in grants. So it's pretty much, I don't see an issue with the proposed budget.
We're in the middle of the budget process, and we'll pass this figure on.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming in.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Have a good day. Bye.
Regions, August. Then requested budgets.
Oh. Are they coming in?
I don't believe so. I can ask them to come in. They sent this to me in
Yes.
May.
And we give,
What exactly do they do?
it's the bicycle that they do, the bicycles, they do the meat, they actually, have the deer hunters, donate the meat to the locker plants, and then they take some of this money and actually distribute meat to the needy people in the, 6 county region. And they actually brought in, solid waste, Shawnee County joined this year too. And it's a lot bigger county.
I've just never heard of anything that they're actually,
There's grant money
Doing
involved.
for the people.
There's different grants involved in it, as far as different places.
They did say they'd be happy to appear in person if you requested.
I am just looking it up right now, trying to get on their website.
She's available for a phone call now.
So I have heard of Shay before.
Huh?
I have heard of Shay. She's
Yeah.
been in here, I don't believe I was.
Shay was available.
I can call Shay and ask her if she's available now to speak with you.
I'm okay with if we wait until, when do we meet again on this one? Friday?
That's right.
You want her to come and talk to you?
Or if she can just send an email of like, just kind of explaining, just because I'm new, I don't know exactly what they've done.
She's available for a phone call.
Okay, yeah, just briefly, and if not, Friday's fine.
Do you want to do one of your interviews and then I can?
Yeah, we can do the interview. There's grant money available, like Osawatomie things. They use park benches and different things for the parks throughout.
7 different counties participating.
Yeah, it's Shawnee County is a new one they just took on. And, that's what she was talking about. They're involved in the bike deal too, that all of the landfills around, they take all the old bikes and then they take them to the, prisons and they rebuild them and bring it back and distribute free bikes to anybody that needs them. That's another thing they do.
Did you want to email her?
Oh, sorry, I was going to call her when you were in executive
That,
session.
oh, that works.
Okay.
That works for me.
That'd be fine.
No, it's okay. I just didn't.
So
I
we'll
was
go
like,
into executive session for 20 minutes for a job interview for the Public Works.
I'll second.
That's my motion. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. And we'll return, let's see, let's make it 20 minutes will be 11:49. Is that okay? Or
54? Sorry, 40? 44?
11:40. 20 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so it'll be 49, right? Is that right? 44, yeah, you'd be 50. Okay. 54. Okay, we'll return at 11:54.
Did you want to do Jesse or Jerry first?
It
I
doesn't
think
matter.
Jared, because he's waiting.
Make a motion, we extend executive session for 15 more minutes for interview.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Turn at 12:10.
Sorry.
It's Daniel's Linn County. Thank you.
Was no action. Let's see, we'll go back. I make a motion, we go back in executive session for another job interview for 20 minutes.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Return at 12:30.
Wait, this is Daniel.
Thank you, Rose.
Thanks, Rose.
There was no action.
I talked to Shay and she would like to come tell you in person next week what Lake Region does. In addition to that, she needs to replace Sean West's seat on her board. So she's going to bring that to you as well.
Okay.
That sounds good. You won't be here. Are you okay with that? You already know about what she does, so I feel like
And I told her that as well.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
What else do we have?
That's it, I believe. Any other small budgets you wanted to discuss?
Yeah,
Which ones do we have
Which ones?
left?
we've got the mental health.
Mhm. So this is a time where you can make a decision to say what you want to fund in the budget. You can't make a budgeting decision in our workshops.
Shop. And I talked to Commissioner in Anderson County. I don't think they're gonna give them anything. I talked to a Bourbon County Commissioner and they did a resolution last week to give them zero. They're leaving their board members the same, but they're giving them zero.
Okay.
Allen County, I don't know that they've voted yet, but I don't think they're gonna, I mean, that's the goal, the way one commissioner's headed, that they do not want to give them anything. Their budget's up over $70 million now, is what they told Anderson County.
Wow.
Last week in their meeting, and Anderson County told them that they wasn't going to give them anything. We have no control over anything else, but as far as they requested, what, 70,000 from us?
That's correct. 70,000 was their request.
70,000, $40 or something. I'll tell you the way I feel, I'm good with not giving them anything either. We didn't have a resolution, right?
We don't. We can prepare one for next time if you'd like.
I have a question on, so I had sent you an email and I know it was late, but do you have like all of the, so like in the budget, when we had that first workshop, well, the first one we talked about like Southeast Kansas Mental Health, TRICO. So all of those budgets that weren't in the annual prepared budget that you sent whenever we sat here last week, where are those at? Are those able, like?
I have several of them in that bundle of papers from our workshops. They're at my office. I didn't bring them, but if you're just wanting a list of them.
Yeah, just a list. Okay, let me go back in. Hold on.
So TRICO and mental health, they are in our general fund. Their association is outside of the general funds.
Right. No, like TRICO, we gave them 49,000 last year, and they're asking for a huge increase back, right?
I would have to go back and double check the document. I apologize. Let me find their budget request. I emailed it to myself that Wednesday. Area on aging, that was another one.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where are these line items at? I am not seeing it, but if you just give me a page, I'll look at it. It's like on page 11, I'm seeing the Conservation District, Fair Board, Historical Society, Mental Health, Fair Association, Mental Intellectual Disabilities, which is TRICO, but I don't see.
What else are you
I
referencing?
think maybe, is that all we have then? I guess that's it.
What's your list there?
Juvenile intake program, we're taking that
We
off,
did away
right?
with that.
That's correct.
And then the county counselor,
We've got, we put
140.
I think so. The Conservation
And the
District. is what you talked
Conservation,
today.
Fair Board,
with that.
Historical Society, Mental Health, TRICO, and Southeast Kansas Mental Health and Fair Association, and that's all we have, right?
I believe that's correct. Everything else is rolled up into a contractual agreement with a certain department, such as, remember the right of way that we pay for from the railroad company that was brought to us, and it was coming out of,
See,
Well, I guess like the Lake region isn't on this, so where's the Lake region at?
that's Conservation District, right?
No, that's what
Resource
she just,
Conservation. No, I don't think
That's what Stacy
RC&D.
Oh,
No,
okay.
that's, Stacy is a Conservation
Yeah.
District.
Yeah, that's what I
That's
thought you were
but then you
saying.
said the RC&D is what you're talking about, that we talked about,
Oh, is that Bob?
Stottlemyre.
Yes, that comes out of, as a,
Is it Don Stottlemyre?
I think that's right. Oh, I said Bob. Yes, you're right, it's Don. That is a contractual agreement that comes out of solid waste budget.
That's.
the
has
Lake
to do-
region does?
Yeah, and that has to do with the recycling too, of the recycling trailers and things. Yeah,
So solid waste,
I don't know that it's,
Yeah, you wouldn't see it in there, but solid waste is a part of the general fund.
he's asking, he requested how much is that?
Lake Region
35.
RC&D asked for 800,
800.
Mhm.
That's,
which is what they received in prior years too.
yeah. That's just our
It's been that way since 2017.
that's just our annual dues. The 35,000 is something else, but it's, the 800 is just to belong to it.
Mhm.
And I'm good with that myself on the 800.
And then
She
the,
can come and talk about what it is.
oh, sorry, yeah, the dues for that is 5,000, and then the budget amount that they're asking for is 3,500.
35, yeah.
okay, what page is that budget on? What?
For single one for RC&D.
Right, RC&D is the one that comes out of solid waste. So it doesn't have a line you're gonna see on that page. It's rolled into the funds that solid waste requests.
Okay.
East Central Kansas Area on Aging, they're asking for 45,000. And that comes out of elderly and transportation. So a lot of these small budget
And
things,
that's the same thing that we gave them last year, right?
correct.
Right.
Yep, they said
The
it's the
ones we
same.
need to decide on are the small, the TRICO,
Trico, mental health,
mental health,
the soil conservation,
and the soil,
and then
Stacy just,
I believe the Fair Association, I just talked to Wade, he said that they get just a certain mill, and that's what their funds are. It's not something he ever asks for, it's just he said it doesn't, he's never prepared or presented a budget to you. But he's more than happy to
And
come
that's
and tell.
exactly what we were trying to establish, if the mill was voted on or not.
well,
We
it's
have to
voted
figure
on,
that
he's on a
out.
percentage of the mill or whatever
That's
that
right,
is. So
right.
we have to budget for that, because if they ask for it.
But that's not true, because my point was, if we did not vote, if we did not take a vote, then we don't have to give him the mill or a percentage of the mill, no matter what, because
It just says up to.
it's up to, but it says the same thing on historical societies, up to,
And they've never,
and we don't do that because we never took a vote. So that's what the guy, Scott, was saying. We have to do research to see which ones are voted on and which
So
ones
you're saying
are
there wasn't a
not.
vote on the Fair Board?
I'm not saying anything because I don't think we have a clue.
I'm brand new, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't. And someone had mentioned, well, why don't you get with the Fair Board? They'll probably know. So like what she said, she just talked with Wade, which, you know, he he might know, or someone on the board, they might know. It needs to be directed as more of a question like, hey, we're trying to just dig into this a little bit deeper. Do you know if the fair board had a vote
So yours
30, 40 years ago
had to be
that said,
a county
hey,
vote.
it had to be a county vote. Otherwise, we aren't required, I mean, to give them anything. Like, we don't have to give them anything. But what he's saying, well, I just go off of the mill. Well, that's what we've done in the past. And I'm just trying to figure out why. Was it a vote or not?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh,
Because
one year it was 126,000.
almost every
One
line
year it was
item here
129,000.
has a statute that correlates with the line item. Elderly, historical society, road and bridge. Almost everything has a Kansas statute that correlates. But if we, the people, did not vote on it, then we are not required to fund it with up to a mill or half mil or anything. That's what I'm saying. So we need to research, which that's what Jason said. Do we have to do this? Was his question to Scott. No, we don't have to do this, but it would be smart so we know what.
Make sure what
Because
we're-
let's say we were like, you know what, we're not going to give the Fair Association anything. It's just an example.
Right.
5 years down the line, they come back and they're like, you voted on it in 1971. So now you owe us 5 years of this mill that you didn't collect. Do you know what I'm saying? It's important that we figure out which mills we have voted on. That's what I think. So when Jason says, do we have to? No, we don't. But if we make an error in this, it could come back and it could be a liability for us.
But like on the Trico and the SEK mental health, she never found any resolution. So, I mean, we may need to make a determination of what we're gonna do on those two, or where we're gonna be today in order so.
Right.
I personally, myself, I'd make a motion that we leave Trico where we was last year. At the.
And then if, is that your motion?
That's my motion, leaving it at the same fee as last year was 49,000, but, yeah, that sheet,
Are you asking
I'll
for a FICO
second.
sheet?
yeah,
I'll second. And I'd like to go into discussion.
okay.
So I would like to look at the sheet
We'll look at the
on
sheet.
Trico.
See what
This is what you're wanting.
you had it there, I think it was there. Is that
This
it?
is mental
It looks
health.
like the one. This is what you're wanting. There's the budget.
What is it, 49?
So they requested 49,385 this year.
They're at 70,000, I think, this year. aren't
It looks like our total budget request is 59,000.
they? 59, and we gave them 49 last year.
I will have to double check.
Yeah, 40. Well, I'm showing history was 49,385.
Okay.
But I don't.
Oh yeah, it might be on there actually. It's in the general fund.
And so your motion was to keep it at the 49,000.
That's my motion, is to leave it the same as last year.
Have you toured their facility?
No.
No.
I haven't. We went off of last year because, based on the number of people that was using the services from Linn County, we broke it down and we gave them, based off of that, compared to the other counties.
I do remember you guys going through that. I haven't done the breakdown again. I'm assuming it hasn't changed much, probably.
I don't know as far as the numbers of people, but that's based off of what we did last year.
Yeah, for me,
We have a motion, whether to die with it. Did you second it or?
I seconded.
Okay,
Yeah. And then we had discussion.
so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion?
No.
You're good with it? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Will remain the same. And about the SEK mental health.
That one I'd really like to wait till Jason's here. I go back and forth with it. Yes, I see your side on it. And they are getting so much money, so it's really hard. I've had a lot of communication with them regarding their plans and things that I think we had concerns with the county regarding homelessness or people coming out of the jail or all of the things that they do for us. I'm just wondering, like, I just want a little bit more time to go talk to them because they've already reached out again today during the meeting, actually. And I want to know the exact plan of like, well, would they do that without being funded from us? Would they do that regardless? And then I just feel like we haven't seen a lot of like, I know they're doing a lot of services, but I'm just not seeing it. And like, how are we actually, the
Benefiting from it?
concerns that we have as citizens or that things that I hear personally, it's like, how are we benefiting from that?
Their
From them being
CFO,
here?
their CFO was part of the meeting. Job was the one sitting on the far end.
Yeah.
He did respond back to Commissioner Johnson's request for what population, what percentage of funds are going toward the individuals in the communities. So he spent back the counties they service, the population of that county, their 2024 funds that were submitted, so we can, transparently see who committed or who, right, contributed what, and then what that works out to per capita, if you're interested in that. Total population of all 6 counties they service is 63,261. The total funds provided to services to the indigent, was 559,930. So in 2024, that worked out to be $8 per resident in the total counties in 2024.
So I guess the thing, I'll just, for the public, what I noted was going to be homelessness, mental health, substance use, transportation to and from the jail or transportation just in general, jail visits for 2025, why are they not notified before release? And then putting together like an ACT team is what their suggestion was when they were at the table that day. They're also contracted with Pleasanton and Prairie View. I think that they're looking to get Mountain City or Jayhawk on board. And then also the rural communities like Linn Valley. So they are expanding their reach. And I know that I had specific concerns from citizens and they wanted to put together that ACT team, which to me, like, I would like to see them report back to us. Like, if we are going to fund them at anything, if we do decide that, I would like to see, I don't know if we can even do this. Can you put stipulations on funding based on them reporting back to us? Can you do that? Like STARS, for example, how we just kind of like said we were going to do it, but then we didn't.
That might be a Jacqueline question.
Okay.
It sounds common sense, though, that if we can put a stipulation on if you receive these funds, if you choose to spend them, then we're asking you to report back to us in whatever fashion.
Doesn't seem like a bad idea in general, actually, now that I say it out loud. I mean, but yes.
And like I stated that day, that I'm not, that the services, that is not my concern. It's the upper management of what they're making is. I tell you what, I don't know anybody that makes that kind of money, especially for a nonprofit.
I would agree. And the way that I understood the conversation was that, yes, they're making a lot of money. However, that's federal funds, and they can't really control that. They received that based on the need for rural Kansas and rural communities. I'm not saying it's not a lot. It is a lot of money. I'm just saying it doesn't come out of necessarily directly
Yes, it
from,
does.
not necessarily. I would like to get with them this week. And then also just back to Trico, like I am committed to also, I'm fine with the motion, but I am committed to going and touring their facility this year for sure, because I think that I need to do that. So,
Okay.
but I would like to wait on Southeast Kansas Mental Health and
Okay.
see what they are going to put together with their ACT team. And I need to have answer by Friday. Is that what it is?
Probably.
Okay.
I mean, that's when Scott's coming back and that's when we're supposed to
We can't
decide.
make a decision Friday.
Correct.
I mean, we're just,
It'd
We would just
be-
have to call it a meeting instead of a workshop.
Oh, okay. Are we having a meeting or a workshop then? What's it scheduled?
for a workshop Friday is what.
It's
Is
currently.
Scott coming again at all, or is this
Yes.
it?
This is his last scheduled in-person visit. I believe there's more work to do, obviously, if we decide to go over revenue neutral.
When do we have to have known
July 18th, I believe, is the deadline.
the deadline?
Yes, July 18th.
So it'll have to be done Monday. I mean, decide whether we're going to.
Didn't you say that we usually do go over because it gives us more time though?
That's correct. We don't have.
We don't have to. We're still we can announce we're still working to stay revenue neutral, but right now
Absolutely.
we are planning that it looks like we're going
Yes,
to go
it at
over.
least buys us time to work on the budget more. And then whatever we say we're going to exceed by, we can't go over that amount, but it still gives us permission to work between revenue neutral and where we, currently are.
So are you okay? We should make that motion on Monday then. Still have the workshop Friday, make that motion on Monday. That we're gonna exceed, right? We can do that?
That's what we'll have to decide.
Because you're not gonna be here, so then we'll say, looks like we're gonna go over and then make that motion and then just keep working on it every Monday
And Scott may have, something wise to contribute.
on
He
Friday.
might have us answered, but it's,
So we want to keep the workshop Friday then, not a meeting. Keep it a
yeah,
workshop.
keep it as a workshop Friday.
I like the workshop idea. It's a little bit more
What
relaxed.
time's that? 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock to 4 o'clock,
1 o'clock to 4 on Friday. Okay.
Friday, July 11th, correct.
And then you remember Ally, that KRNC,
Yeah.
the gal that Tracy Barton came, she texted me and wanted to know the $5,000 over that.
Yep, she asked for it in the meeting and you said we'll revisit it.
And we said we'd revisit it.
You want to talk about that Friday? Does she have anything that she can present us?
She can send us something if she needs to. I mean, she gave us everything then. I mean, but if I can text her back if you'd like to.
Just have it all. I just need to probably revisit what she had sent. I may.
I can text her and have her send something to us. So we'll have it Friday. We can talk about it, but it's.
February 7th, it looks like she was here, maybe?
Oh, sorry. Thought that was only audible in my head.
She was here, you was here when we talked about it, I know.
Yeah. Well, it looks like-
Okay,
I do remember.
that was $5,000 a year, I think so.
That was actually my very first meeting.
Yeah.
I'm reading through the minutes now.
That would have
because
been.
They're
on the-
coming
yep.
from Rose.
Mhm.
Yeah, let's just revisit it on Friday. I'm good with that.
Okay.
If you guys
do we
need
need to-
something on me Monday, you can try to call me if it's something that you guys want to talk about. I'll see if my phone will work. I don't know that it will. I'll be out west.
And then do we just announce it when we have a workshop to the public?
Pardon me.
Do we just announce the workshop publicly that?
Yeah, we're having a workshop
4.
Friday from 1 to 4 with.
Yep, it'll be published in the paper.
You've sent it out. So,
Mhm.
Okay. Anything else?
I have nothing else.
Oh, hold on. Just want to make sure.
Here comes the list.
I'm going through it. Actually, a lot of this was done. Danielle's looking into if we own the multi-purpose building at the 4-H fairgrounds, because I was told that we own it, and I don't know if we do.
The
So,
what now?
the multi-purpose building at the fairgrounds.
The multi-purpose.
It's the arena, the enclosed arena, north of the.
I don't think we own
Well, the fair board said that we did. So I'm just having her look into
it.
it.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I've never heard that one.
I'll be able to look at our list of properties and their disclosures with K-Camp and I'll know for sure.
Okay.
I guess that will just tell me if we have it as an insured property. It doesn't tell me where that ownership is, but maybe I could talk to registry.
We've never insured it, I don't think. I mean, I've never heard that at all.
I would say
I did get that list of employee emails from Chris. You asked for a list of all the employee emails.
yeah.
So I have that.
You can email that out. Did you email it to me? Okay, and then the only thing I had, well, the towing application, were we gonna make a form to put on our website for the towing application?
Yes, that would be completely fine. I was going to wait to see if you wanted to review the updated towing policy that I'm working with Sheriff Akes to
You wanna push that off to like the 21st for the towing application?
Mm-hmm.
I just think it should be online and available, and I had a couple things for Jesse that I forgot to ask.
You want me to go see if he's available?
Yeah, sorry. And then I had Chris change a few things on the road problem ticket. So he did that over the weekend actually for me.
Oh, on Publix.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, there was just some things online. That's all taken care of. I'm gonna circle back on the multi-purpose building with Danielle next week.
Multi-purpose with long.
Yeah.
Okay. I've never heard that one. The only thing I've heard that we owned down there was the 4-H.
Same. I agree with you on that. I had never heard that. And then the fair board, I think it was the president, he had said that the commissioners tried to give it to them years ago and they refused it. And so that would fall under, it just needs to be figured out, because if we do own it, we need to get insurance on it for liability purposes.
Jesse is not available.
He's not available. Okay, and then well, the two things I'll go in there and talk to him about, but we have to get I would like to get that 900 Bridge Road figured out. That's been way before my time.
Well, Jesse says, I talked to him about it. They're waiting as soon as it dries to where they can get in there. I mean, it's.
I understand, but I had a phone call from the United States Post Office that they are rerouting now, and it's affecting their drivers. They're doing different mail routes because this has taken so long. And so I was hoping July. I've heard let's wait till it's dry for
Mhm.
a while. Let's just say, can we
I
please get
understand.
this done in July?
It's went a long time.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay.
And then the East Lake signs in the Kreitzer Lake, I didn't hear him update on that. That's the only thing I had left on my phone for him.
Signs.
Yeah, but I'll go in and talk to him afterwards. So
Okay.
it's fine.
Anything else?
I don't have anything else.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Aye.